everyone. Welcome back to more Ace Attorney. Resolve. Renosuke in our home, part 3. Oh, hello. Just stare at him like that, why don't you? So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Oh, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. As one does.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Whilst I was in the antechamber, too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sid that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice, some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Manzeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. What about Maria? Autopsy? From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Liar.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikitova, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Ugh. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Renosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Well, I already know Maria is wrong, so let me just do that real quick. They'll let me skip through this, please. Other signs of maternal injury, liar. Death of a single stab wound, other superficial external wounds.
Objection!
She's lying!
She's lying. Okay, never mind then. You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass in implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Why, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted in...
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct, and yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Oh my god. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. You want me to press her first and then present it? Because she's lying. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sith, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Am I reading this wrong? I swear... Death from a single stab wound, others... Okay, external. Okay. My bad.
Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? A bullet? Maybe?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Why, yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At the precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gorey, the removal of the historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it.
Hello. Mr. Sogi's ring.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Yes. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow!
Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Is there like, an extraction thing? So he could easily have swallowed it? There has to be more to this ring than just this, right? Let's look at the autopsy again. There are no internal wounds, so I believe I present this.
Objection!
Damn it. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Hisogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric von Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father, he looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened.
and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Is it for, I don't know what you would call them, but, videos you're working on?
Hold it!
Do I present the ring? Sharp enough to cause a nasty scratch. And other superficial external wounds. Ring.
Objection!
Man, I'm terrible at this. Okay, what's the answer? Okay, present the ring here.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Sogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a brain of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Migatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Isogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Nosuke. You must know deep down that truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Jingin Asogi's silence at his hearing could mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Renosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there is no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there's a reason for his father's silence in the trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent? Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? His papers?
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to the question. God damn it. Okay. Okay, present. At least I tried. I said nothing.
autopsy,
let's see. No, rhetoric. Okay.
chief order, leave this post, meet at time, aiding and abetting escape. Why do I present this?
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a corroborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Isogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warden of the prison?
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little ratapated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the Professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was not anything that toward happen. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you are both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese joke was found guilty. Directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Sogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I deny again if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? I deny that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nae a thing about the professor case that was nae unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, can I tell you? I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, to counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Isugi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between the shogi and the body at the top, it didn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gage. Aye, go on then. Seems to me the Japanese fella and I have nothing to bargain with. Now I present the papers.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit is on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Isogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Isogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havert! The fella can't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Isogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Isogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Isogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you real rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Grrr. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Isogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jings, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the federal cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely woolly galoot? You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before. Did I know you liar? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi," which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the formal chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations take place. Your lordship can gloss over these obvious... It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
They should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sylvie and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi Papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called. And his kimono? That's a lie. He searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar that once day a Willy Waffinger? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Grrr. Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay.
Hold it!
Mr. Sogi's kimono. Aye, the one he had brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books. That kimono. His sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Sogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan, could that man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Rinosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could not have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotobo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a skirming message in black earthworms to me. Earthworms.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining, would you be helpful?
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possible or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Why? don't understand why, but I present this.
Objection!
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What? Havers again? You have no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Ah, okay. Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink!
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and vivacious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared.
Are you suggesting
that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil?
Sir?
When you spotted Mr. Isogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament.
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Isogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Isogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Isogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there could be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy.
Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will that nobody can attest to, having seen, serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Isugi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Otto.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isugi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact... Let me just think about it before I look at the answer. See? Wait, that's the wrong thing. Confession? Yes, a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Isugi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities. Going too fast. A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished.
My brother.
Oh, this is too awful.
Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruto?
Lord Barrick Von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order in court. Lord Van Zeeks? The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Valmont. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Valmont. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Valmont's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So it is true then. Clint Van Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor, when in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Isogi, turned up at my office one night.
The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it.
He's used his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the state. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Isogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Sugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Isogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff has made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I know the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric von Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith. Dr. Sith. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire Empire.
Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died in the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. And it was all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since there were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clinch wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Isugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isugi, and the 3-page last will and testament painted in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
The
merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who.
Strongheart.
It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Renosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Isugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isugi, and a third-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The 3-page... Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Renosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction, with which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here's a will left behind by a Mr. Isugi. The 2-page will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were, the 3-page last will and testament.
Ugh.
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Caden? What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
When I have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, So it was decided that the 3rd page need to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied, and the inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I can actually read worm language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, and truly shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head? Father, what is Kuruma? The name of the Asugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Renosuke? What do you have? I dare say the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Would it be so, then? Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Kuruma, the Great Blade. Such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use a sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira?
So Mr. Sogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt?
You don't think...
Ah!
Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
Whoops, wrong button.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Kuruma.
That ultimate weapon Genshin Isugi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There could be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It is exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it loud. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what's in the will. A right and a duty.
Well, well, my lord.
It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped.
You fools. Go ahead, Renosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well, then.
No. For God's sake.
No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mel Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mail Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. And Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. 'Cause you made him do it. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that its assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years ago. Earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Isogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how do you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I could be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all fate in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, which 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Strongheart.
Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation in his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Nosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me.
Evident.
Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
You exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes.
In hologram form. I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. Good luck with that. This is a close court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see... I think I can watch this all day. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation? Mr. Sholmes, what a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be Buckingham Palace.
What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otto? I've never heard of it. Do you even read the news, Miss Naruto?
Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What?
What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto.
Order in court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be... no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery, what an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Jones remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of the Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are.
Vicky.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice.
In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh, cue to court. Oh. You can't even get more. It's totally guilty. Totally guilty. Totally guilty. It fell right on top of you.
Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. That isn't the case, sorry.
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife, may she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Clint. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion,
I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Literally. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget that extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years here has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived here in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Otto, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much. So, until I pass across again somewhere. Phew. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrack von Zieks. In conclusion to these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrack von Zieks,
Not guilty. Yay!
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Fourth of November, 4:21 p.m.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Otto.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd been smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Nope. Mrs. Otto? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing the fact in court today.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
what anonymous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at the very moment if he were here. If he were here.
Kazuma. Nope. Mrs. Otto? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zieks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father.
Isugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps
I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to tend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked to me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. Oh, my goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're gonna be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for her, longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching.
But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ugh. So, the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That be Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh, here comes, I have chills. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words...
The name of my mother? Ayame Mikotoba. Oh!
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket, hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Oh, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Rito! Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky says she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
Oh, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just could not come soon.
Ow! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed of that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home.
Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Migatoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Migatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce did you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Migatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. The feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Reno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please, do come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing my copper's clubber and going back to what I do best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh,
Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a dad-returning dick, is he?
well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, the symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me. Ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Jenny, yes he was.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down the old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny.
Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Holly, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Holly?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you, you old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Holly?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there is always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experience whilst I live here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo!
Naruhodo!
Oh, Professor!
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. But the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Suzuki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumble across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those 2 clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my
becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well, then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Uh-oh. Suzato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning?
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Suzato-san?
Yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Suzato-san. Thank you. November, 5:42 a.m. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that.
スサトさん
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, You never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So
I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my roots and the very intellectual good, secrecy. Anyway, I decided absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of the unborn friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, that whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna do and are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of deduction a la Gregson, as they say.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry in the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection! I believe a statement overruled. This man has been tainted written anyway. This is the Caddish Council of Defense. If women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh, really? My Francis Addison is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Cats. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill! Oh, Barrack, come to my rescue again, please! I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuscals would not do. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Hehe, everyone calls me a papino, and I sell a spaghetti and it's more redder than my head. Everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we are going to strike it rich together. Eat the spaghetti! Wahoo! When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. Some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Title drop.
kitty.
This long walking sequence again.
Oh, so that's what she looked like, not in costume. I was thinking about like replaying that chapter to see what she would actually look like, but it's fine. Also cats. More cats. I really like this game, the first and the second. I'm not very good at the Ace Attorney games, but I get most of it right, maybe? I don't know. I try my best, and I have fun. I especially love doing all the voices. Brings more, like, the game more to life, I'd say, rather than just text, you know? There is voice acting sometimes, but you gotta do it all the way, you know? So yes, please leave Shamsphere behind. More cats. Is Wagahai gonna join us? Yeah! Wagahai, don't leave! No, Wagahai! Okay. Chop chop. I really liked the ending, like everything coming all together, you know? And like that Iris part, like I said, I got the chills, like, oh, this is some serious stuff going on right now. No, Sherlock, Herlock. Gina! Oh god. Not you too, please. Clap. 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 Clap, 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 clap. Oh, Herlock's back from his dance break. On guard. The Great Ace Attorney 2 resolved. Resolved. Pin.
Oh, pretty art. I like that. It's really nice. Love the colors. Now, what is this escapades thing? Escapades. Whoops. Some short extra episodes. Okay. Hopefully they are just short because it's getting kind of late. So let's start off with In the Defendant's Antechamber. Yeah, that's with Escapade, the title of this part of the show. Just look at my precious treasure now. Myself I have scrubbed and scrubbed, but the repellent odor of meat will never be repelled from its resplendent surface again. But you have it back in your possession at least. You should be grateful, old man. How dare you? Excuse me, but I'd just like to get at that Zabuton cushion there if I could. Rest assured, you miserable military malefactor, this is not over. Incarceration awaits those who would defraud a senior citizen for his priceless treasures. Watch your tongue, old man. Mark my words, I won't. Sorry, Sergeant, but could I just get at that Zabuton cushion there as well? Oh. I won't go to jail, never. Imagine if I did. The very next day, my boy would starve without the chain of command in place to provide for him. Using the child to protect herself. Myself, I call that absent cowardice. Oh, really? And who just employed the old poor defenseless senior citizen tactic, huh? The only way to fight an enemy who's using underhand tactics is with a tit-for-tat strategy. Sorry to interrupt again, but I just need to get at that Western-style cushion there on the sofa. Enough of this insubordination. What do you want, man? Please, don't mind me. Ah, do my eyes deceive me, or is this the wide-eyed criminal from the trial before? Wide-eyed, perhaps, but criminal, no. What is this unhealthy fascination you exhibit with the seating arrangements of others, Why were you peering under the cushion of this upholstered seat? Well, the thing is... Any luck? Did you find it? No, sadly not. I don't think it's here, Kazuma. You really are a liability, Renosuke. Report at once. Have you lost something? Is that it? Yes, we were just on our way to a party to celebrate my friend's victory here when... I realized that my university pin badge was missing. A university pin badge, you say? Yes, for my collar here, you see. Affirmative. Uniforms must be kept in prime condition at all times. A missing badge is unacceptable. I thought if I looked around, it would probably turn up somewhere. Like the old tale of the Kobon coin and the stake. A parable of which I am acutely aware. But I've exhausted my search now, really. The only logical conclusion is that someone must have stolen it. Don't look at me, I don't just find any old metal objects irresistibly, no. Imagine what would happen if little Trooper Ado here swallowed something like that. Idle. I'm afraid we'll have to give up, Renosuke. Still, if you tell the office your student number, they should be able to issue you with a new one. What's the matter? Don't tell me. Yes, I don't remember my student number. I don't believe it. I mean, this is the second time you lost your badge, isn't it? Third, actually. If you didn't think you could remember it, you should have made a note of it somewhere. I told you that until I was blue in the face the last time this happened. Ah, yes, I do seem to remember someone telling me something along those lines. It was you, was it? You can't even remember who told you that you needed to remember it. Well,
Well, student numbers are 6 digits, Kazuma. Who could remember 6 whole digits? Yumei isn't exactly a long-established university, you know. All of our numbers are still rather low. In fact, they only use the last 3 digits. Well, that might help, I suppose. That might help? Rinosuke, it's only 3 digits you need to remember. Just 3! Sorry, my brain is such a disappointment. Yes, well, anyway, young man. Myself, I was greatly impressed with you in the courtroom today. Oh, you mean me? A lawyer already before you even graduated, and such a loyal friend to this one. This one? What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, I still have much to learn. In fact, that was brought home to me in no uncertain terms only last year. My Achilles heel was spectacularly exposed by my best friend here. Indeed. What? By me? This is the first I've heard about it. Yes, by Rinosuke Naruhodo. You can't have forgotten, surely. It was last summer, at the speech contest. The speech contest? Oh, that. Contestants had to take to the stage and deliver a public address on any subject they chose. We were competing to give the most compelling and powerful speech, and yours was great and made a huge impression on the audience. Obviously, since I was a budding student of law, I was determined to win. And sure enough, one by one, my opposition fell. When I reached the final at last, I came up against you. Yes, you did. Not being rude, but when I first laid eyes on you, I thought to myself, this cheeky, wide-eyed no-hoper is out of his depth. He's going to be a pushover. That's your version of not being rude, is it? Well, I paid for my complacency because it brought on that humiliating defeat. Defeat? How are your ranks composed? Compromise. Hold on. Compromised. My speech was going very well. I had the audience in the palm of my hand. They hung on my every word. And then, when I came to the very last line... Yes, what happened at that very last line? It was supposed to be a climactic end. Unfortunately, I completely fouled it up. Never! You mean you stumbled on your words? Spectacularly. Even now, I can't believe I ruined it. Well, what on earth did you say, man? Rinosuke, you'd better say it. I still can't get my tongue around it. Sure, of course. I can still recall it perfectly. What you said at the end of your speech, or rather, what you intended to say at the end of your speech, was this. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight in the fight for filial piety. And what went wrong? What indeed? Myself, I see no problem with the pronunciation of these paltry words. In that case, old man, I invite you to say it yourself. Very well, then, I shall. Ahem. So arise, ladies and gentlemen, and applaud our forefathers' plight and the fight for filial pile. It's impossible. The arise, ladies and gentlemen part I delivered perfectly. But the next part had me floundering for a whole 5 minutes. By the end of it, I was on my knees in front of the podium, a blabbering mess. And that's when the audience started to heckle you. Arise, arise, they were shouting. Hell on earth. But then, of course, this man went and delivered his word-perfect speech with a perfect ending. How did it go again? Let me see. So, my dear fellows, the message is simple. Treat your father and mother with respect. Something like that. I mean, talk about stating the obvious, but the fact is, I lost to that speech. Tongue-tied is the only way to describe it. Well, it was quite tricky to say, I agree. That final fight for filial piety, especially.
And ever since that day, I've had this question whirling around in my head. Why did our forefathers choose such an awkward phrase? Was it to mock their children? I mean, it should never have been called filial piety in the first place. At least you're going to Great Britain soon. It might not come up much there. Well, anyway, having lost that accursed contest, I came after you to ask a question. How is it that you never trip up on your words? I inquired. And you just gave me a broad smile and said, speaking fast is my hobby. I mean, really, what kind of a hobby is that? Do you think you could take your hand off of your sword? Besides, it's just a way to pass the time. After that, you started talking at me 10 to the dozen, like you were possessed almost. Honestly, you can't imagine the shock I suffered that day. You really can't. You're right. I really can't. Speaking fast is just the sort of hobby I expect a civilian like you to waste his time on. Well, you have to practice, of course, but there are some simple things to start with. Like that famous one, for example, swift samurai sword swipe silently sideways. Ah, yes, even a decrepit tongue ailing frame such as mine can find its way around that one. I've no doubt. It's just a bit of fun, really. I can't imagine anyone would struggle to say it. Isn't that right, Kazuma? Swift samurai a blabbering mess by word 2. Swamurai. It's not just a samurai. Every good soldier needs to be able to handle a sword. That's why I've been busy teaching Ido the finer points of swordplay. None of this wordplay nonsense, Private. Come to think of it, not long after that, we started to attend lectures together, didn't we? And we got into a debate about family values at the Sukiyaki place on campus, do you remember? Yes, your argument was full of jokes and puns and wordplay as usual. I remember it well. Oh, was it? In any case, I swore that I would never let myself forget the shock you gave me back then. And as a symbol of how seriously I took that oath, I decided to wear this, my red Hachimaki headband. Sorry, Kazuma. Yes. You lost me there, I'm afraid. I don't see the link. What does your red headband have to do with your oath? Because it will always remind me of that smug look on your face as you uttered those tantalizing words. What words? You mean another tongue twister? I practiced and practiced until my tongue bled, but in the end I mastered it. Mastered what? Well, I think it's time you heard this, actually. Listen carefully now. Here goes. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband, red headband, lead headband, dead headband. Red headband, lead headband, dead headband. There, word perfectly. I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. About the story behind your headband, I mean. Well, now you know, so that I'll never forget the shock and humiliation of that day. That's why I wear this red headband every single day without fail. Well, I don't know exactly how much of a shock you think you had back then, but it can't be more than the shock you've just given me now. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to have to tell you, but the tongue twister I said didn't go the way you seem to have remembered it. Huh. It's just as famous as Swift Samurai Sword, so I can't believe you don't know it, really. It goes, red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread man. Red bread pan, lead bread pan, dead bread pan, red bread pan. Wait, what? Dead red... Ugh. It seems I've knocked some wind out of that headband of yours. It's not too late, Private. You could always start wearing a red bread pan on your head instead. Your youthful vigor is manifest, young man. Your cheeks are glowing redder than your hachimaki.
Why do so many words have to be so similar?
So, looking forward to Great Britain then, where I'll have to deliver speeches in court in English.
I suppose I can always show she-shows on the seashore.
She-shows. Okay, next, in the first class cabin. It's almost 2 weeks now since we left Japan. I can't believe how quickly time has gone. So, our next port of call will be Shanghai. Who's there? Who could it be at this hour? A detective. A detective? Who? A great detective. I don't get it. What's a great detective? If you would just be so kind as to open the door. Oh yes, sorry, of course. Is something wrong, detective? Are you investigating a case? Wherever a great detective goes, great cases occur. Indeed, I am the root of all evil. Sorry. Then I don't think I want you in my cabin. Under our very noses on this steamship, a terrible theft has just occurred. What? You noticed, I presume, the brief power failure a short while ago. Oh yes, the power couldn't have been out for more than 10 minutes, though. Indeed, yet there was ample time for this wicked crime to be perpetrated. I see. Well, clearly it's a case that needs investigating. Precisely. The culprit ran away in this direction, down the first-class cabin passageway here. Really, the thief came this way. I'm quite sure of it. It may have escaped the attention of the dim-witted crew, but not of the great detective. To that end, I would be obliged if you would allow me to investigate here in this cabin. Well... How curious. Is there some reason why it would inconvenience you to have your cabin searched? Inconvenience me? Well, I'd be lying if I said no. After all, there's a stowaway in that wardrobe right over there. It's just me in here, you see, no one else. So you might perhaps want to focus your attention on one of the other first-class cabins. As it happens, you are the only first-class passenger at present. The other cabins are vacant. Oh. Did that rather tragic rumbling of the stomach arise from within you, my good fellow? Of course, as I said, I'm the only person in here. It's not long until dinner time now, so perhaps we could do this afterwards? I do apologize, sir, but it is of the first importance that the investigation is not delayed. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait, where did he go? How did he suddenly move all the way over there? Yes, without a doubt, if the culprit were to be hiding in this cabin, it would have to be inside this wardrobe. I shall need to examine this wardrobe thoroughly. I presume you have no objection. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to decline. Really, you won't find any... Achoo! Achoo! Did those two rather tragic sneezes arise from your good self? Of course they did. As I said, I'm the only person in here. You have a curious knack of talking while sneezing then. Twice, no less. This is going to be a tough one to argue. I was watching you quite intently, sir, and I assure you I saw no signs of a sneeze. Couldn't Renosuke have held his nose? As I was saying, I shall need to examine this wardrobe. had it now then. The game's up. Nobody hiding in there, it seems. What? You seem surprised. No, not at all. Yes, I am. He was in there for sure. I shut the doors on him myself. More visitors. Who's this now? Excusing me? Oh, Seaman Stragnov. Sorry for disturbing, but crime has been committed on board ship. Yes, I heard. A terrible theft, apparently. How do you know this? Well, the detective here just informed me, you see. Detective? Yes, I assume you must have asked him to investigate. Detective, could you... Where'd he go? I must ask you to cooperate with investigation into this crime in Foley. Uh-oh, he's glaring at the wardrobe already. Ah, well done, you found me. What are you doing hiding in my wardrobe? My good man, I was merely assessing the practicality of concealment in such a place. And I would say that, at a push, a human could survive for up to 5 minutes in that cramped space. Inosuke's been in there for a fortnight. Is he not human? Well, who are you? Shh. This is the moment of truth. The great detective is about to unveil the sordid details of this wretched crime. You mean to say... Yes, there can be no doubt that the culprit of this terrible theft did indeed conceal himself within this wardrobe. What? But that's impossible. He couldn't have done. Because my best friend was in there the entire time, or at least I thought he was. How can you be sure of this? Elementary, my dear fellow. The criminal left behind the most revealing evidence. How else could you explain these 3 bones? Ugh. What the? He's right. Look at those gnawed bones in there. And 3 of them. The criminals escaped this time, but I will find him and crush him. Can I ask you something, Detective? Why, yes, of course. I am always delighted to answer an inquiring mind. In this terrible theft, what exactly was stolen? Ah, what else? Put some steaks on the rib bone. Huh? Did you say steaks on the rib bone? For this evening's dinner, 3 rib steaks were stolen from ship's kitchen only a short time ago. There was malfunction with generator and ship was without lights for 10 minutes. Chef who saw criminals said that he ran away down first-class passageway. And now I am on his tail. I'm afraid to say, dear fellow, that your man is no longer in this cabin. But how? Through the cabin door, no less. Having devoured his haul in this wardrobe, the culprit discarded the bones and concealed himself behind the cabin door as you came inside. Then, when attention was turned to the wardrobe, he seized his chance to escape through the open door. What? Make haste, my good man, after the culprit. I shall follow presently.
Hold it!
Something troubles you, sir. I think, maybe, criminal is not running away at all. What are you suggesting? Now I know where the dog is buried, Mr. Osogi. Me? No, when I think that you are culprit, everything's falling in places. The criminal that disappeared on first-class passageway, the bones in the wardrobe. Our clues are pointing their fingers at you. Don't be ridiculous. I would never... Yes, of course. I established at once that you couldn't be the perpetrator of this crime. You did? Why? How are you so sure? My dear fellow, there are but 2 things in the world on which one can rely with total certainty. What 2 things? The first is the word of a great detective, and the second
The second is the tragic rumbling of an empty belly. Not again. When I first entered this cabin, there did arise from this gentleman a belly rumbling so odiously tragic that it confirmed beyond all doubt that the man had not eaten a single rib steak in some time, let alone 3. Why do I have to suffer this humiliation when I've done nothing wrong? Curses, I will catch this thief. He cannot have gone far. Indeed, assuming he decided against a post-meal constitutional swim. Well, if you will excuse me now, my apologies for upsetting your evening. Detective, one moment, please. Yes. That was a most remarkable deduction. Perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me your name. Ah, it quite slipped my mind. You have been talking with the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. I see. Well, I'm Kazuma Asogi. I'm a student on my way to Great Britain. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Asogi. Oh, and before I forget... Yes? I feel I should warn you. Live cargo is strictly forbidden on this vessel. So you would do well to conceal the stowaway currently lying low under your bed as carefully as possible. Oh, under the bed. I bid you farewell, then, Mr. Asogi. He's uncovered our secret. I suppose I should have expected nothing less of a great detective. Now then. When did you move in under the bed? I thought we'd had it when he opened the wardrobe door. Ah, well, it was thanks to that split-second chance you engineered. That I what? You distracted him for a moment, remember? When you suggested that he investigated the other cabins instead. Oh, yes, he turned to look towards the corridor, didn't he? Yes, I couldn't see what he was doing, of course. But I thought to myself, it's now or never, and the next thing I knew, I was under the bed. You really know how to give me a scare, don't you? Anyway, what's all this about the rib steaks, huh? Sorry about that. I've just been so hungry. Ever since we left Japan, stuck in that tiny wardrobe. Well, you should know. You've been splitting all your meals with me. You must be starving too, surely. Right on cue. And there was that power cut before, wasn't there? For about 10 minutes. So it was then. I caught a whiff of the most delicious smell, and I thought to myself, it's now or never. The next thing I knew, I had the steak in my hands. This man just can't help getting himself into trouble. Well, alright, you were hungry, but 3 steaks. Thanks to you, 3 crewmen are going to go without tonight, I imagine. No, it was just the one. What? I only took 1 rib steak from the kitchen, that's all. But I don't understand. Hey, I'm not that selfish. If I'd stolen 3 steaks, I'd at least have tossed 1 your way. I'm not your pet dog. Well, in that case, who stole the other 2? Ah, do you think... Could there be a ghost on board? A meat-loving ghost? There can only have been a single bone in the wardrobe when Renosuke moved to hide under the bed. Which means that the other 2 bones can only have been put there by one very flesh-and-blood person. Sherlock. Haha. What's so funny? We're on a haunted ghost ship. A great detective or a great mischief maker. Either way, I think I'd like to spend a little more time getting to know the man. The great Sherlock Sholmes.
British Supreme Court. Here we are again. Every time we visit here, the atmosphere in this place seems to get more and more overbearing. Just think, we could be at home with Mr. Sholmes and Iris having a nice cozy breakfast. But we have the duty to report the outcome of the case, especially since we're guests here in Britain. So I'm afraid this visit... couldn't have been avoided. I suppose not, but is there even anyone here? You could hear a pin drop in this place. It's too solemn for its own good. It is very quiet, isn't it? The only sound is the ticking of the great clock as it keeps perfect time. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. What was that, I wonder? The usual comforting sound of the clock seems to have been joined by a less comforting shuffling sound today. You're right, something's disturbing the rhythmical ticking. It sounds rather like an unfit middle-aged man running from pillar to post, clumsily. Oh, Inspector Gregson, what are you doing here? What am I? Isn't it flaming obvious? 58 seconds remaining, Inspector. We'll have to talk later, sunshine. Good morning, Lord Strongheart. Wow, he's really looking fiercely at his pocket watch today. And good morning to you. Business so early in the day. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, it's about the other day, We're to deliver our report, Lord Strongheart, as our dealings with Mr. Natsume are now over. Ah, yes, the little Japanese man. I've already cast my eyes over Van Zeek's report. I must say the outcome surprised me. I thank you for a job well done. You're too kind, my lord. It's not here, it's not there, it's not over there either. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what exactly is the inspector doing? He's been hurrying around between the bookshelves, looking beside himself with worry. He's looking for a particular work, The Lion's Pride. Now there's an all-too-familiar title. I heard it was a popular tale, so I obtained a copy from the rental library. However, I wasn't able to maintain my interest, so I soon cast it aside. I happened to notice a vacant spot on one of my shelves at the time, so I duly stowed the book there. Unfortunately, I no longer remember where that was. Nope, not there, not here either. Come on, where are you lions hiding? The book is due back today, so I've asked Gregson to locate it for me with his investigative prowess. Inside 5 minutes. I must say, I've never seen anyone working so hard to find something. He's like a man possessed. Ah, yes, that's because his month's salary is staked upon the outcome. At whose instigation? Let me guess, this stony-faced lord. And the 5-minute time limit? What's the significance of that? There is none. Just my vulgar, mischievous spirit showing itself, I'm afraid. Oh, by your own admission. I can't. My feet are killing me. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Inspector. Which means that next month you will work unpaid and have no days off. No days off? There really are just so many books here. It's overwhelming. For some, perhaps. I've purchased every book, new or old, on the subject of law from all over the globe. Wouldn't have believed it a few short decades ago. A place like this couldn't have existed.
What do you mean, Inspector?
When I was a lad, no one ever dreamed of buying books. Oh, I see. Western books are such luxury items, I suppose, with their leather covers and fancy bindings. No, that's not it.
Oh.
There was a tax on paper, see?
On paper?
Yeah, I mean, it was abolished about 30 years back now, but it used to be the case. There was tax levied on any kind of paper. So obviously that meant most folk couldn't afford to buy any books at all.
Ah, so is that why places like the rental library you mentioned before came into existence, Lord Strongheart?
Indeed. Vestiges of the paper tax system, you could say. The general public consider books as items for hire. London is home to a vast lending library of some 3.5 million books.
You couldn't hope to read all of that, even if you were reincarnated 10,000 times.
Even I would choose to rent a book rather than purchase it, if I knew I would read it infrequently. The subject of tax has already surprised us already in the last few days. It came up in Mr. Natsmay's trial. It seems that the window in his room was filled in due to some kind of window tax. That would be true. Fortunately, the window tax was abolished here some 40 years ago. Sadly, in the East End in particular, many windowless houses remain. Britain's always had a bit of a thing for tax and stuff. Whatever they can tax, they tax. Sugar, salt, tea, coffee, you name it. Candles, beards. Beards? Wait, sorry, what was the last one? Did you say beards? Yup, that'd be a tax. Never heard of it. Never. Why should people have to pay money just because they let their facial hair grow? You may well ask. I suppose it's because it makes them look self-important. The Naruhodos will have a strict family policy of no facial hair, I think. You can relax. The beard tax was confined to the annals of history long ago. Even so, it's clearly something the British really love. Paying taxes, I mean. Paying them? You got that back to front, sunshine. But you can't deny you've had a lot of funny taxes over the years. You'd never find anything like that in Japan. Would you, Mrs. Otto?
In actual fact, I'm afraid to say that you would, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? No, you don't mean... Surely there's never been a window tax in Japan.
No, but there have been similarly obscure taxes. For example, in the Edo period, there was a frontage tax.
What was that?
It was a tax not on windows, but on the entrance to properties. The larger a property's entrance was, the greater the tax that was levied on it. Even today, some mansions survive with extremely narrow entrances due to that old form of taxation.
I had no idea. So you Japanese are as twisted as us Brits. But we never had a beard tax. I mean, that's really going a step too far.
Well, no, that's true. I'm not aware of any taxes for beards, at least.
What do you mean, at least?
Well, rather than tax them, the shogunate did once prohibit them outright.
The ruling class prohibited beards.
It was called the Great Beard Prohibition. It was an Edo period edict.
But why did the powers that be want to ban beards? Because it makes people look self-important, just an idea.
It would seem that rulers in the East and the West have had very similar ideas over the years. God. There have been other unusual taxes in our history, even in our current Meiji period.
There have.
For example, though it was before either of us were born, there was a rabbit tax.
There was a tax on those adorable fluffy creatures like the one who made mochi sweets on the moon?
Yes, and it was an extremely large tax, too. The government demanded extraordinary sums of money.
That just gets stranger and stranger. What was the reason for that bizarre tax then?
Well, after Japan opened its doors to the world, there was an unprecedented rabbit boom in the Meiji capital.
A boom?
Yes, keeping rabbits became hugely popular, and new species were traded at exorbitant prices. People were even swindled out of all their money for exotically colored rabbits.
Like colored chicks, I suppose? Hard to imagine, though. Rabbits are so timid and quiet, wouldn't have thought one could bankrupt you.
So in response to this worrying social vogue, the government imposed a rabbit tax.
I suppose they couldn't just ignore the problem.
And it worked, because the rabbit boom came to an abrupt end. 6 years later, the tax was abolished.
Well, I hate to say it about my own country, but Japan is strange.
But there's more. After the rabbit tax was abolished then, of course, society reacted by launching straight into a second rabbit boom.
Oh dear, the government didn't think that one through, did they? Your ideas about the world are very much altered by the position you hold in society. If you are responsible for the running of the country, you will feel the need to raise revenue keenly. Without a stable taxation system, the whole country would go down the drain. Well, yes, I suppose so, but some of these taxes... That's precisely why ministers of state use their wiles to invent new and novel ways of taxing the public. Novel ways? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, if you're one of my country statesmen... Me, a British statesman? Yes, what novel task would you impose? Pray, give us something truly original. Inside 5 seconds.
What, think of something that everyone uses, Mr. Naruhodo, and really squeeze every penny out of the population.
That's quite the intense stare. I'm very glad Susato-san isn't in charge. Your time is up. So, what's your answer?
Well...
Air, maybe? Yes, how about air? An air tax, you say?
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. A truly novel and fiendish idea.
Well, everyone has to breathe, so while the population is inhaling air, my government is inhaling money. Blimey, you're tired at heart, eh? A somewhat radical solution to a country's revenue problems, but sadly not an original one.
No, you mean to say... Surely not. You mean a tax on air has been imposed in the past?
It was last century. The finance minister of our neighbor, France, proposed it. What? If I ever go for a visit, I'm holding my breath. Unsurprisingly, it was strongly opposed by the public and soon scrapped. The minister didn't last long either.
Oh dear. Although clearly that would have been an untenable situation.
The public at large are a force to be reckoned with. Don't I know it?
How about you, Inspector? What new tax would you impose?
Let me see. My first thought is a tax on objections.
Sorry?
Been hearing far too many of them recently in court. There's a particular lawyer I have in mind, as it happens. So I think an objection tax could be very handy. Glad to see you don't allow your personal feuds to influence your work in public office. I reckon 5 pence for every objection raised would be about right. A most amusing proposal, Gregson. A most unamusing proposal, my lord. Well then, I think it's your turn now. Sorry, my turn for what? Why, what else? To locate my missing copy of The Lion's Pride. Oh, it's on one of the shelves in this room, of that I am certain. Now, I shall give you 10 minutes. And let's take your student stipend on it, Fail to find the book, and you forfeit next month's payment. Objection! Your time starts now. Oh, and one more thing. I believe you just said the word objection.
kindly leave your 5 pence over there before you begin combing the shelves. This tax is gonna be the death of me. In Sholmes' Sweets. Good morning, Iris. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, morning, Susie. I'll get breakfast on the table for us all.
Mr. Sholmes. Morning. Come now, why the long face? Oh, sorry. The thing is, I just had a rather strange envelope posted under my door this morning, with some rather strange things inside. What strange things?
Oh, what was it, Rudo? Do I catch the scent of mystery in the air?
Nothing too exciting, I'm afraid, Iris. It was just 5 orange pips. I can't imagine what it could possibly...
What? Orange pips, Mr. Naruhodo? And 5 of them?
What's the matter with you? That's a bit of an overreaction, isn't it?
An overreaction? Mr. Naruhodo, you don't understand.
It's a warning, a notice of imminent danger to your life. What? To my life? What's the meaning of all this, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, why do you make such an inquiry of me? Because the name of the sender was written on the envelope, and it was yours.
Oh. You're right, Reno. It says sent by Sholmes, envoy of hell.
Ha 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 ha. So, my little ploy has been exposed. Well, so be it. Cast your mind back, if you will, Mr. Naruhodo, to the time of our dining last night. Oh yes, Mrs. Otto cooked Japanese food for us. Indeed. In particular, you may recall the final norimaki sushi roll that I was about to savor. That is, before you swooped in with your clacking chopsticks and flinched it from under my nose. Oh, I assumed because you left it that you didn't want it. I'd left it, my dear fellow, because I had planned to enjoy it as my very last mouthful. Surely you must have noted my intent by the subtle dilation of my right pupil. Perhaps a clearer sign would be helpful next time. Just an idea. In summary, the post you received earlier is a notice of impending revenge. You should be quaking in your boots. Really? Because I went straight out into the garden and planted them. I'm hopeful we may grow some exotic fruit.
There's no point sending a notice of impending revenge if the person you send it to doesn't know what it is. Well, I knew, of course, because I read this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews.
Oh yes, of course. It's finally been published, hasn't it? I hear it's selling very well.
It is! 12 short stories in 1 volume. I have earned a lifetime spending money already.
And it has further bolstered my name. In fact, only the other day, a Bohemian king sought to engage my services. Really? That's extraordinary. Of course, the gentleman persisted with some pretense about being a fishmonger for the duration. But only a fool would presume to be able to deceive my eyes with such a charade. So how did you know that he was a king, then? Why, there was no mystery, my dear fellow. A distinct smell of fish accompanied the man's lowly apparel. And though he tried to hide it, the left side of his mustache quivered in a quite manifest manner.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, that's simply brilliant.
Having neatly resolved the case for the man, I was sent a quantity of fresh cod as a mark of his appreciation. I think perhaps you shouldn't discount the possibility that he actually was a fishmonger.
Ah, is that... Can anyone else smell burning?
Oh yes, you're right. And look, smoke. I think maybe...
Fire! Fire! There's a fire, everyone. Really? A fire? We must all leave at once. Everyone out of the building. No, wait. I have to go back to my room first. Are you deranged? If you're not asphyxiated by the smoke, the flames will burn you to death. But my Daruma doll! I can't let my Daruma burn. It means too much. Drat. Sorry, but I'm gonna make a dash for it upstairs.
Oh, Bruno, you're so funny.
This is no time for jokes, Iris. Go, quickly get out of here.
But there's no fire.
Is there, Hurley? Huh?
What a delight to see the ploy enacted in the flesh. I wouldn't have dared to dream I should be so lucky.
Mrs. Otto? Indeed it was a ploy. A devilment engineered by my puckish spirit. It was all a trick, but why? It is a simple experiment of the mind, Mr. Naruhodo. When his life is threatened, a fellow is compelled instinctively to protect that property to which he attaches matching importance.
And after your own life, Bruno, the most important thing to you seems to be your Daruma doll.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we, Iris? So, you knew all along, Mrs. Otto, that it was a trick?
Yes, of course. The very ploy is described in this book. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. On sale now in all major London bookshops and receiving rave reviews.
Not again. I have used that device quite satisfactorily in the past to solve a case.
Oh yes, it was a great success, wasn't it? But then it became something of a habit, didn't it? You started yelling fire at every crime scene. In the end, people started to pay no attention to you at all.
Yes, that's true. There was a time when I was known as the Sholmes who cried wolf. I think there's a lesson to be learnt in there somewhere. But sadly, my little ploy failed to yield results this time. Iris was utterly unmoved.
What do you mean?
Well, I was anticipating that Iris would immediately expose her secret hiding place. The location of the nest egg she must have cached somewhere in this room.
Nest egg? You think Iris has some secret savings?
Why, naturally, the book is selling like hotcakes after all. It is a simple deduction, indeed, to conclude that the profits must be concealed here within these walls.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you in need of money? Ah, I bet I know what it is. It's that new microscope that's gone on sale, isn't it, Hurley?
What else? I have such a strong desire to own one, yet my purse is £1 too light. And as no offer of a loan has been forthcoming, I have been forced to resort to an alternative stratagem.
Hey, sorry, Hurley, but I'm not falling for that. Not coming from the Sholmes who cried wolf.
How vexing. You really shouldn't be trying to steal a 10-year-old's savings, you know.
My book is full of little tricks like that, you see? The armory of a great detective.
Except that in this case, both the orange pips and the fake fire fell a little flat, didn't they? Oh, I have plenty more tricks up my sleeve. Take, for example, the case of the Boscombe Valley Mystery. I'm already filled with dread just from the title. It is a tale of extraordinary skill on the part of the great detective, the skill of tracking. Tracking? When I arrived at the scene of the crime in the eponymous valley, there were footprints everywhere. Blah, 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 blah. My eye was immediately drawn to one set in particular.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, your detective instincts are truly remarkable.
As you know, my dear madam, no detail, no matter how small, escapes the scrutiny of these eyes. So I tracked my quarry, following the trail of his footprints all the way to the man's place of residence. It led you directly to the culprit's house. What a triumph! You misunderstand. It led me directly to my own house, my dear fellow. Huh. Where the footprints were, in the final analysis, those made by my own shoes.
boy had left here for Boscombe Valley as soon as he received the telegram about the case, you see. And then he followed his own trail straight back here to Baker Street.
Now, Iris, please, you make it sound most humdrum, but I assure you it is no easy feat. Tracking of this nature is a skill possessed only by the great Herlock Sholmes. You're right, it really is extraordinary. Quite so. Extraordinary is the word, and let it be the last on the subject. Anyway, needless to say, I subsequently went on to solve the case with various other deductions. Yes, it's the various other deductions that I'm interested in. Ah, well, you shall have to read the book then. I'm sure Iris has penned it with her usual flourish.
Oh, absolutely. I put an ingenious spin on the great detective's exploits.
You must have been very ingenious to make this man sound even remotely credible as a detective.
Wait, is that... Does it sound like something's burning again?
You've had enough devilment for one day, Mr. Sholmes. Put your puckish spirit to bed. I assure you, this has nothing to do with me or my spirit.
What? Oh no, the smoke is getting thicker.
You mean it's not a trick this time? There really is a... Fire, fire, there's a fire, everyone.
Ah!
Mrs. Otto, where are you going? Stand aside, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, easy, Mr. Sholmes, what are you... Jesus. Mr. Sholmes, why did he just chuck that busted Napoleon on the floor? Oh, look at that, an unsold broken porcelain. Coins, sovereigns in fact, worth a whole pound each. Come everyone, we must leave at once. Evacuate the building.
You fell for it, Hurley. Hook, line, and sinker.
Wait, you mean Iris?
I certainly wouldn't have guessed that's where you hidden it.
Do you mean to say that this smoke was...
My own puckish spirit needs to come out and play sometimes too, you know.
What? Of course, I know what it is, Iris. It's that indoor herb garden set that went on sale last week, isn't it? That's what you're after.
I want one so desperately, but I'm £4 short. And even though you told me you didn't have any money to spare before, I knew you had a secret nest egg somewhere in this room.
Ugh, you've outwitted me again. You really shouldn't let yourself be outwitted by a 10-year-old child, you know.
So, thank you for the loan, Harley. Oh, but wait.
What's the matter?
Where's Susie? She's disappeared.
Oh yes, that's right. She ran off up the stairs before, didn't she? Oh, what are you all still doing in here? We have to evacuate. It won't be long before the fire is... Ah!
Sorry, Susie. Children will get up to mischief once in a while, you know, but it's all perfectly harmless.
Harmless, maybe, but oh so devious.
Oh well, at least nobody was hurt.
Apart from Napoleon and my secret hoard. Now, tell us, Mrs. Otto, what is it that you went so fleet-footedly to fetch?
Sorry? Oh, no, nothing. This is just... No, this is nothing. Susie, that's your notebook detailing all of Bruno's trials, isn't it? It's bulging at the seams.
What? A testament to the various people you've helped over the past months. Mrs. Otto,
Well, I am your judicial assistant after all. I would do anything to ensure the safety of these records. Even risk my life, if necessary. I mean, it's very important to me. It's like a diary of everything we've achieved together.
I'm getting all teary-eyed now. Yes, in stark contrast to a certain someone who would fetch his Daruma doll, I must say. at Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Hello, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Did you have a good outing? Hi, Bruno. What's the matter? Your eyes are as big as dinner plates.
Iris, I wasn't expecting to see you here.
I've just made some tea, Mr. Naruhodo. Would you like a cup?
A cup or two, yes. Definite tea.
Alright, Bruno, what's going on? You're acting extremely strangely.
What, me? No, not at all. I'm as normal can be. Normality itself, see?
Normality?
Not again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry, not what again? What do you mean, Susie?
Whenever he goes out on his own lately, he always seems to come back with a peculiar new purchase. Peculiar? What's peculiar about the things I bought?
You seem to think that anything British is a curio you simply must have. You keep buying items, bric-a-brac, even though you don't know what they are. Well, there are rather a lot of bric-a-brac shops and pawnbrokeries and the like around here.
It's when I've been to Lord Strongheart's to give my weekly report. I'm always so nervous beforehand. On the way home, I just find myself in those shops and... Yes, alright, I can't deny it, I bought something.
You're right, you can't deny it, because your eyes are whiter than ever. You really ought to put up a warning sign about them. They're bigger than some potholes around here.
It's hard to resist things in the bric-a-brac shop. It's all so cheap. Mr. Sholmes has given me lots of useful advice about how to pick out the real bargains.
You must remember, Bruno, that Hurley likes to have fun with you. Take his advice with a big pinch of salt.
Well, that's true. That thing he told me was a pot stand wasn't a pot stand at all. I never had guessed it was a collapsible top hat.
No, and I never had guessed that you could fill up this once empty room so quickly. Honestly, it's overflowing with things we don't need now. I mean, look at those scales. Not once have you weighed something on them.
I know, but ever since I first stood at the defense's bench in court, I don't know why, but I just really wanted my own little set of scales.
Let's see you then, Mr. Naruhodo. What did you come home with today?
It's, one of these.
What is it? It looks all dry and shriveled up in a ball.
Really, Mr. Naruhodo, what is it? It's a sea anemone.
An anemone?
Yes, I mean, I know it doesn't look like it at the moment. It's all shriveled up, like you said.
Aren't sea anemones living creatures? The ones that dance about on the seabed?
On the seabed? Yes, exactly. The ones that dance about on the seabed.
Oh, they sell sea anemones in bric-a-brac shops here in Britain?
I don't know whether they normally do or not, but I do know that I bought one today.
But why, Bruno?
Well, yes, for the aquarium, of course.
Aquarium? I don't know that word.
Well, according to the shopkeeper, keeping sea creatures in tanks was hugely popular here in London before.
Oh yes, some people have some beautiful fish in seawater tanks, it's true. Having an aquarium became popular because the old glass tax was abolished.
There it is again, rearing its ugly head, the subject of taxation.
It was a real craze for a while. Everyone in London had one.
For a while?
Yes, it didn't last long. People's enthusiasm soon waned. It's just far too much work to be changing the seawater regularly in a city like London.
Never a truer word said, I'm sure. You'd think people might have realized that from the start, really, wouldn't you?
Anyway, that was long before I was born. So now everyone jokes that there's an unloved aquarium covered in dust in every attic in the capital. And it's true, there's one in this attic too. When I told the man in the bric-a-brac shop about it, he had these words of wisdom. That's why this is the age of the sea anemone, and that made a lot of sense to me. It made sense to you, did it? But Bruno, this anemone is completely dried up. You just need to soak it in water overnight and it'll be good as new. That's what the man said. I'm not sure that it works in the same way as dried wakame seaweed, Mr. Naruto. Once I've saved some money, I'm gonna buy some prawns to keep this little fellow company. Oh, how exciting! Your office will be teeming with life. Will it really? Britain is a funny country, though. I mean, a sea anemone craze? Well, they say people in glass houses about comments like that here, Mr. Naruto. Don't forget that there was a very curious rabbit craze in our own country not so very long ago. A mortifying chapter that people will try to erase from the history books 100 years from now, I'm sure. You know, there was another craze as well before the aquarium one. Have you heard of Wardian cases? Wardy what? No, I've definitely never heard of them. They were little glazed cases for growing plants indoors, I believe. Oh, I see, for plant lovers to raise their favorite tropical plants. That's right, like different types of ferns. Ferns. Do you mean those rather dull plants with lots of fronds for leaves? They're not dull at all. Ferns are lovely plants. I think people wanted to recreate the exotic foliage of the tropics in their own homes. So they grew ferns. I mean, ferns, sea anemones, Londoners certainly have a knack for the obscure. Well, thinking about it, my grandfather loved the moss on his bonsai. He looked after it better than the trees. It seems like the most obscure something is, the more it interests people. Maybe. Anyway, the Wardian case craze didn't last very long. Now, most of those little glass cases are just gathering dust, I think. But haven't I seen one in your room, Iris? Oh, very observant of you, Susie. Yes, that's right. Mine's certainly not gathering dust. I grow tropical herbs in it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I really must ask you to stop all this frivolous buying of strange things. Yes, alright. Sorry. It's just that, well, think about Mr. Shom's room. He has all sorts of peculiar trinkets lying around. Oh, well, yes, that's true, and they seem to be growing in number. Recently I've noticed a blowpipe, a few beryl crystals set in a twisted piece of gold, a gold-rimmed what? I spotted a small gramophone record in there the other day, so I slipped it into the gramophone. But it was just a whispering voice saying no Norbury, and nothing more. What could it possibly be about? Those are all mementos of cases that Hurley solved over the years. Exactly, that's what I want to create in here, just that sort of atmosphere. Ah, a room full of meaningful trinkets, each with their own unique history, you mean? Yes, that. I knew you understand, Mr. Zato. But, Mr. Naruhodo, none of the things you bought for the room have any connection with any of our cases. Oh, don't they? Well, for example, take that splendid but rather weather-beaten top hat. That wasn't used as evidence in any of the cases we worked on, was it? Oh, so you have two top hats if you count the collapsible one as well. No, the collapsible one is a pot stand, as far as I'm concerned anyway. But the other day, when we were in court, they were everywhere, weren't they? Top hats, I mean. Well, here in Britain, of course, they're the mark of a true gentleman, so that's hardly surprising. If a man isn't wearing a top hat when he ventures out of doors, he'll be looked down upon. Gosh, it has very strict rules, doesn't it? The English Gentleman's Code.
I've been wondering how I'd look in a top hat recently. After all, my university uniform is black as well, so I think it would be very in keeping.
Oh, what a good idea. Go on then, Reno, try it on. The lesson here, I suppose, is that the juxtaposition of student and gentleman is just so strange and wrong.
Well, rather it didn't suit me anyway. I mean, these hats are ridiculous. I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees one of these for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a chimney on his head?
People in glass houses, remember, Reno?
What do you mean?
Well, what about Japanese chamonge top knots? Those haircuts are the height of ridiculousness.
True.
At least you can take a hat off. Once you have the chamonge, it's on your head for good.
I'd be willing to bet every foreigner who sees a chamonge for the first time thinks exactly the same thing. Why is that man wearing a cannon on his head?
I suppose that's what it means to have different cultures, isn't it?
On the subject of hats, the one Mr. Sholmes always wears is really very strange, don't you think?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Naruhodo? What a thing to say. That hat is the very essence of Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, without his deerstalker, the great detective would be unrecognizable. It's called a deerstalker? That's a surprisingly swanky name.
It's the hat of a hunter, just like the flat cap. I made up my mind long ago to visit Regent Street and buy one for myself.
I'm not sure it's going to fit over your hair.
Well, I think it's perfect for a great detective who stalks his criminal quarry. What do you think is strange about it anyway?
Well, you've seen it. It has two brims, one at the front and one at the back. Why do you need two brims on a hat? Surely one at the front is enough, no?
One moment, please. If you ask me, it's just Mr. Sholmes' madcap personality coming through.
I bet it's so that he doesn't have to think about which way round to put it on or something like that.
Mr. Sholmes does not have a madcap personality. He always has a clear head. Deerstalkers were made for hunters who had to hide in thickets when they were stalking their prey. The brim at the back was designed to stop the stalks of plants scratching the backs of their necks.
Oh, so that's the reason. Thank you, Iris, for educating us. Mr. Sholmes doesn't spend a lot of time in thickets, though, does he?
Well, no,
that's true. I'm telling you, it's just his impetuous personality. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it, firmly. Ah, here you all are. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Sholmes.
I've not long since made some tea, Mr. Sholmes. Would you like a cup?
I see you've come at a good time, Mrs. Otto. Thank you. Now, I have something I should like you all to see. I designed myself a brand new great detective's hat. What the? There's a brim at the front and at the back, and at both sides. 4 brims in total. Your observation is quite correct, my dear madam. I'm a busy man, you see. But with this hat, whichever way I put it on, I shall always have it pointing the correct way.
Oh.
With my previous hat, I could, in an impetuous moment, wear erroneously with the brims on either side. That's impressively clumsy, I would say.
And I must regretfully say, I think your madcap theory was correct after all.
But really, Mr. Sholmes, with brims on all 4 sides like that, wouldn't it just be better to wear a top hat instead?
Oh yes, then however you put it on, you'd have a brim all around.
What? So true, so true. How could I have been so blinkered to this fact until now? Well, fortunately, I happen to have 2 top hats here. If you just lift the pot off it, you're welcome to try that one there. Indeed I shall, my good fellow. Much obliged.
Oh dear, Hurley, it looks terrible. More terrible than I could possibly imagine. Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's because of your long face. Paired with the tall hat, it just doesn't work. Well, I think it's very nice, Mr. Sholmes, even if it will have the whole world in fits of laughter.
I should never have meddled with it. Give me a deerstalker forevermore.
And give me my regulation university hat forevermore. There is still hope that you'll graduate one day, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't give up. In Mr. Natsume's room. So, Mr. Natsume, are you really returning home to Japan?
Yes, indeed I am. Everything is arranged already.
I'll be sad to see you go. And after Runa worked so hard to prove your innocence as well. What a shame. It feels like it was all a wasted effort.
Don't say that. I know what you're suggesting.
Now calm down, Mr. Natsume. It's all fine, really.
You are in good company here, sir. If you feel the Reaper, you need to hide the fact. I am a proud citizen of the Empire of Japan. I'm not a scaredy cat.
Talking of cats, Mr. Sholmes just casually threw one among the pigeons there. What?
A man like me belongs in Japan, not here. That's what I've come to realize. I wonder, a moustache such as yours is eminently suited to London, I would say.
There goes Mr. Sholmes throwing another cat in.
The moment I arrived in the city, I noticed. Everyone in London laughs at me behind my back, like hyenas. Hysterical hyenas ha-haing horribly.
I'm sure that's not true, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, but it is. Whenever I turn around and peer down the fog-filled streets, all I see is foreigners everywhere.
Well, there's you, Runo, and Susie in here, so that's 3 foreigners out of 5 people. I take your point.
Only the other day, I was taking a stroll through the fog as usual when a young man approached me from ahead. He was pale and gaunt, his back arched like a cat. Observing his wretchedness moved me so deeply. I thought to myself, I'm not the only one suffering in this hell. But do you know what? Can you imagine? It was just my own reflection in a shop window. A stunning, stinging, stupefying surprise. Don't forget slap in the face. Everyone started laughing at me, gentlemen thereabouts, ladies passing by. Even the man in the shop window. Ah, yes, and a certain great detective would like to be included among the mirthful.
Mr. Sholmes is really going for Suzuki-san today. Well, I for one think you're a very handsome man, Mr. Natsume.
There, did you hear that? This 10-year-old girl thinks you're handsome. Isn't that wonderful? That makes me feel suspiciously warm inside. He looks genuinely delighted. The point is, we Japanese are humble and modest, studying on foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people. Oh god, there's a cat fight happening outside. Studying on foreign soil, surrounded by foreign people, how could anyone possibly enjoy that? They heard the cats. And no one could, it's impossible. If you're a genuine Japanese.
If you say so. Actually, it would appear that there is someone. A Japanese man who studied in a foreign country and seems to have thrived on the experience.
There is?
Mr. Ogai Mori. I believe he studied in Germany.
Mr. Mori, pray tell us more of the fellow.
Well, today he's a very successful author in Japan.
Oh, I've heard of him. He's the professor who wrote My Hime, isn't he?
Hey, May. I suppose in English the title would be Dancing Queen, maybe. Oh, I see. A tale of a woman who waltzed her way through the world, perhaps. You really needn't make up a silly translation, you know. It's already officially called The Dancing Girl in English. It seems Mr. Mori greatly enjoyed his time in Germany. He became close with a local lady while he was there.
Close, you say? With a local lady? A compatriot's criminally contradictory conduct.
Well, I suppose your experience of studying abroad depends to a large extent on your character.
As they say, many men, many minds.
Mr. Mori has an open mind, Mr. Natsume a closed one. Possibly a slightly black and white view, do you think, Mr. Sholmes? Well, anyway, if that's how you feel about being abroad, why don't you choose to study here? Wasn't it to further our nation's understanding of the English language or something?
Yes, that's right.
So what were you doing in Japan before you came to Great Britain then?
I was a school teacher of English, of course.
A bit cursory, perhaps, but I managed to discover some information about Mr. Natsume's teaching days. That's just a little outside the field of law, isn't it, Mrs. Otto? Well, let me pose you a question, Mr. Naruhodo. If you had to translate the English phrase, I love you, into Japanese, what would it become?
That's easy. Aishiteru o suki desu. Tsuki desu.
Ron, according to Mr. Natsume's teachings at least.
What?
Would you like to explain, Mr. Natsume?
Yes, of course. Your research was very thorough. I always used to tell my students that we Japanese don't express ourselves that way. Rather, we might say, Tsuki ga karei desu ne. My dear Mr. Natsume, I must interject. Tsuki ga karei desu ne would translate as, the moon is beautiful, isn't it?
Me thinking to Demon Slayer.
I know that.
The point is that we Japanese are reticent when it comes to expressing our emotions. We prefer to show our emotions of adoration, our ski, by appreciating the beauty of the moon, the ski. Our suki with the ski.
Using the ski to express ski. Using the ski to express suki. It's an amusing play on words, I see. No, or in language you might understand better, bad Sholmes. It's not a play on words, it's subtle, it's humble, it's fleeting and beautiful. It's art.
Isn't it just being shy?
My dear fellow, the foreign dancing girl will forever be out of your reach with such an attitude. Imagine how the great Mr. Mori would act. He would win the lady's heart in a flash with a well-placed and unrestrained, I love you. That's smooth, Mr. Mori. Am I destined to live in his shadow forever?
Just what sort of man is he in that imagination of yours?
The fact is, I just can't settle in this foggy London town with all its foreign inhabitants. I lost count of the number of different lodgings I tried before I found myself here. As it happens, I even lived on Baker Street at one time.
No, really?
A Sao scholar lives near there, a man by the name of William James Craig. His knowledge of Sao is unsurpassed. He's been a great inspiration to me over the... Forgive the interruption, but am I supposed to be familiar with the Sao of which you speak? It's Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare, but in Japanese we write it as Sa and Au. It's a phonetic representation using kanji characters, so England is Ingaresu, and America is America. Come to think of it, we use the same character as ri in one word and risu in another. Talk about confusing. So Shakespeare is Sao in Japanese. Presumably the Sa is a brutal attempt at the first Sha, in which case, where's the spear?
I never thought of that. We only have the O left.
which could, even in the most charitable interpretation, only be a brutal attempt at old man. It seems to me that whoever had the job of deciding on the characters for his name got bored very early on. Complete, kanji, character, catastrophe. So then, on to the burning question. What about me? How do you write my name? Sorry? Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. There must be Japanese characters for my name. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Mr. Sholmes, but none exist that I'm aware of. What? Am I really nothing to you Japanese? In that case, it is a matter of paramount importance. You must construct my name in kanji at once. Oh, well, we could use a kanji that's pronounced so to start with, and then use one more to give so, perhaps? I think that would be about right, Mr. Sholmes.
But that's almost the same as Sao, isn't it?
Yes, you employ the dreaded O. I don't want people to confuse me with an old man who died centuries ago. I'm sure the world's greatest literary figure would rather not be confused with you either. Well, the world's greatest detective is still youthful and full of vigor, so how about so handsome?
Oh yes, that sounds wonderful. I'm sure everyone will be calling you that 100 years from now.
How can she say that with a straight face?
What about me then, Iris? Perhaps Aihibe, since the second character doesn't seem to matter? Aihibe? Oh yes, Princess of Love. That's an adorable name for you, Iris.
Stop, please. With a name like that, Mr. Mori is likely to turn up at any moment and rashly declare I love you. This Mori-san has become quite a character in Soiseki-san's mind. And you, Mr. Naruhodo, might I venture Kurobozu as a fitting name for you, as in the Dark Monk.
Oh, that's very good. I describes you perfectly, Renaud.
So you think I'll be wearing this black varsity uniform for the rest of my days, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo already has a Japanese name. I don't believe he needs another. Well, anyway, we were talking about your life here in London, weren't we, Mr. Natsume? You should just get out and have fun.
The landlady has said as much to me too, Mrs. Garrideb. But it wasn't fun at all. It was frightful.
Whatever do you mean?
A cycle incident.
An incident on a bicycle?
Oh yes, come to think of it. There's an old bicycle parked just outside, isn't there? It's in a sorry state, though. I tried to say no to her, but she insisted I took it for a ride. Perhaps my pronunciation was wrong. So I took my life in my hands and attempted to ride the steel spider-webbed stallion to a nearby park. I really don't think there's anything wrong with your pronunciation, Mr. Natsume. Joan Garrideb just isn't the kind of woman to take no for an answer. If you're going to die, you might as well die in beautiful surroundings, so the park was my first thought. After a whole day of dicing with death, I emerged with only relatively minor bruises. So you got the knack of it. Don't be silly. Dying isn't something you can learn to do.
Mr. Natsume, you keep talking about dicing with death and dying and so forth, but riding a bicycle is supposed to be fun.
Oh no, that's just what people tell you. But it's an old wives' tale.
Is it?
I mean, just consider the real name of the vehicle. It's not called a dicycle for nothing. How anyone expects us to use such an aptly named vehicle to move forwards is beyond me. Pedal, power, promises, pain.
I didn't think it was possible to get worse with practice.
I'm lucky to be alive. Although, I must say, after looking death in the eye for a whole week, I did at least manage to mount the steed reliably. And notwithstanding a few wobbles, I found I could make progress in the forward direction. What a triumph. Deduction is much the same.
When first presented with a problem, the mental exertion of trying to solve it leads only to bitter disappointment. But after a week of picking one's way carefully along the path of reasoning and thought, one begins to see results. So, is that why all of your off-the-cuff deductions always seem half-baked? What a wonderful insight into your extraordinary mind, Mr. Jones. Unfortunately, after wobbling down the street, I noticed there were little stones everywhere, death traps. Not that way, I said to myself. But the wild vehicle wouldn't listen. It rolled me on and on down the street. So of course, I hit one of the deadly stones and the crazy colts threw me. It's just my luck. Dicicles are the epitome of my pitiful life. I wish I could disagree.
On the same subject, I'm sure there's a famous American author who's written about having a similar experience. Oh yes, I read that essay too, Iris.
Some of us are better read than others. Well, no more dicicles for me.
Oh, Mr. Natsume, at least you have an interesting anecdote to take with you back to Japan, if nothing else.
You always manage to put a positive spin on things, don't you, Mrs. Otto? Personally, I haven't mounted a bicycle for some time.
No, me neither.
That's good. So how about a jaunt? We shall all ride out together. Huh. That sounds great. I'll perch behind Mrs. Otto. Like, sit behind her on a bike, or you're just gonna... she'll lead you. But the sun is going down. It'll be pitch black before long.
London street lamps are very bright, you know, and the fog isn't too thick today.
And my beloved bride is all bent out of shape. My dear fellow, if you are bound to topple the vehicle anyway, it's fitting that it's already bent out of shape.
It's settled then. Come along, Mr. Natsume. Shall we go?
Ski ga kare desu ne. Don't tell me that's his translation of no thank you as well. Indeed, Mr. Natsume, the moon is at its most beautiful at precisely this time in the evening. Oh.
We're not Japanese. You can't beat around the bush with us.
What a weird and wonderful world. Next, on Briar Road. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty. Thanks to good offices of Lord Van Zeeks, I'm back on my beat here in the capital doing my best for the good citizens of London, sir. Ah, my Rolly back in his Bobby's uniform. You couldn't look any more handsome if you tried. Ah, my love, you say the sweetest things. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. To us, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper of the Bailey at all.
Oh no, of course not. He's the patron saint of Bobbies.
The patron saint? Oh yes, Pat, you're so right, my darling. Keeping us in pocket he is. On my first day back at the job, what did I find in the gutter? A shilling, my love, a whole shilling.
Oh, Rolly, I always believed in you. I always knew one day you'd find some big small change.
With just that shilling, I could buy you a cheap bunch containing a single flower, my sugar.
A single flower? Oh, how romantic.
But I'm so sorry, Pat. Only moments ago, that shilling disappeared.
Disappeared? But how, my love? How?
I think maybe, no, I'm sure. It was this girl here, sir. You swiped my precious shilling, didn't you cheeky little diver?
Blimey.
You took your time getting round to me, didn't ya?
I thought that lovey-dovey stuff wasn't ever gonna end. So, a shilling, you say? Lifted from your word. Don't know nothing about it. What's the evidence, eh?
Right there, the evidence is dancing around on the back of your hand, young lady. You stole it from me. You lifted it from my pocket just now. You've got a nerve stealing from a bobby.
Cobblers, this coin's mine. How could you know anyway? How could you know that it was taken just now or not?
Dear me, you don't get it, do you? We've hardly got a penny to our name, so that coin felt as heavy to me as a bar of gold.
Eh?
I'm telling you, the moment it left my pocket, I knew. I felt myself get a good few pounds lighter.
Ugh.
Yep, that coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it.
What's the matter with you, eh, Miss Naruto?
Huh? Me? Sorry?
When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help, straight away, not an hour later.
This isn't my fault. I haven't stolen anything.
And what about you, Sholmes? I thought you were supposed to be a great detective.
Dear me, Miss Lestrade. You took your time getting round to me, didn't you? I thought that long dispute was never going to end.
You only said give us a minute when we spotted you over the road and said hello. And that was 10 minutes ago, Ginny. We've just been standing here listening to you quarrel with this Bobby.
Do beg your pardon, madam. We shouldn't be troubling the public with police business.
But that shilling belongs to us, doesn't it, really?
Of course it does, my love. It's just for you and me, my darling. This was just supposed to be a nice stroll with Iris and Mr. Sholmes before afternoon tea. Why did we have to run into another fiasco on Briar Road? I don't really see how we could be of any help, Gina. There's no way of knowing who the coin really belongs to if it was just dropped in the gutter.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, Bruno.
What?
I have a feeling I might know the answer to the question of whose coin that is.
Ah, my bright young fellow lodger. Let us hear your deduction.
Well, there's actually a reason why I suggested a stroll down Briar Road.
Oh, what reason?
You see, I was here yesterday and, well, I dropped a little something. So I wanted to come and look for it while enjoying an afternoon stroll.
Wait, you dropped something? You don't mean...
It was the pocket money that Hurley gave me.
What's this, Iris? You dropped that, did you?
I'm sorry. I went to the market on Lime Street yesterday to pick up some herbs, you see. But on the way, I must have dropped it. The 1 shilling coin you gave me.
Oh!
A 1 bob bit! Yes, and when I thought back over the road I took, I realized I must have dropped it here. Constable, you haven't seen it, have you? It's all my pocket money, and now it's gone.
You would take money from a 10-year-old girl? Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that, young lady.
What rotten luck, dropping your money like that. Sorry.
I dare say the constable and his companion could give you a run for your money with their right eyes. If it's all the same to you, Mr. Sholmes, I think I prefer not to be used as the yardstick for looking guilty.
Well, it's tough, really, ain't it, Iris? You dropped it, so it ain't yours no more. Anyway, you know what they say. What goes around comes around, so don't feel bad.
Bad luck, Iris. Doesn't look like you're gonna get your coin back.
Oh, I can't believe I lost it. And straight after Hurley gave it to me as well.
Yes, regrettable indeed. I seem to recall that particular coin was rather significant. What do you mean, significant?
To be specific, it was especially significant to you, Bruno.
Significant to me? You don't mean... It was the coin from last night's wager. The very same, my dear fellow.
What's this then? What wager? It was a game of poker, a duel between Hurley and Bruno.
poker. Oh, that tricky card game, you mean?
As a lawyer, I have the perfect poker face. You'll never be able to tell what I'm thinking, said he. But depriving Mr. Norhood of his entire fortune was even easier than finding that missing thoroughbred. It was so infuriating reliving it now. It still makes me grit my teeth. Sorry, Iris. I had every intention of paying you back the money I owe you, but you'll have to wait, I'm afraid.
Yes, I know. Don't worry. Next month is fine.
Let me guess, Otto. Your whole fortune is 1 whole shilling, my entire monthly stipend, and I lost all of it. As I handed it over to Mr. Sholmes, I gritted my teeth so hard my gums started to bleed.
Please, Bruno, don't exaggerate. That's a horrible image.
What about a lawyer who borrows money from a 10-year-old girl? Now that's a horrible image. Why do I feel like my reputation with this couple has just fallen through the floor? There are few things more invigorating than taking a man for all he's worth.
Don't be so pleased with yourself, Hurley. It's not as if Bruno ever had a chance of winning.
Wait, what? What do you mean by that?
Well, using that special ink I developed, anyone could...
Thank you, Iris. I will do. I'm sure this conversation is proving very dull for everyone. What's done is done. The game is over now. There's no point crying over spilt milk. Special ink, you say? Well, sir, that sounds like a sort of risky business that's right up my alley.
Oh, Rolly, I love your dauntless spirit. You laugh in the face of danger.
Come on then, Iris, spill it. What's this special ink about, eh?
Well, it's sometimes called invisible ink. All you have to do is write the suit and number on the reverse side of every card. And with the aid of some special glasses, the whole game is laid bare to you.
Wait, you were wearing glasses last night, weren't you, Mr. Sholmes? You said something along the lines of, my eyesight appears to have suddenly worsened. And the moment you failed to question that as odd was the moment I knew I had won the game. Mind games, was it? Trying to throw me off with your eccentric ways.
So you're telling me Sholmes could see every card what Odo had?
What? But that's not mind games, that's blatant cheating. My dear fellow, what an accusation. Would you honestly consider me a cheat? Please, I prefer trickster. Whatever you call it, the game doesn't count now. Understand, Mr. Sholmes? Dear me. Well, out of respect for the bad grace with which you take defeat, allow me to return your shilling. Did you hear that, Gina? So give it here.
Eh? Leave me out of this. This here one bald bit was mine from the start, no question.
No, sir, that there one bob bit was lifted from this here Bobby's pocket only a few minutes ago.
So you keep saying? Come on then, where's the evidence?
Eh? The law, right? It's all about evidence. I know my stuff. You see, Mr. Naruhodo, use a trite excuse in court and others will parrot it. Only, whenever I do say that in court, it isn't as a trite excuse, you know. As I said, sir, the coin has got my blood, sweat, and tears all over it.
That's right, it has. Rolly's blood, sweat, and tears are the evidence.
Blood, you say? In that case, it's time for this. Do you think...
Well, if there's any trace of blood on that coin, we'll soon know about it. Alright, Ginny, hold very still.
What? Look at that. See there on the coin? It's clearly changed color. In other words, there's blood on this coin. Once again, as I said, sir, that will be my blood, sweat, and
Oh, wait, I've seen blood from that color before. Yes, I know whose it is. I know whose coin it is.
What?
The rightful owner of this blood-stained shilling is... Rito!
Huh? Me? And from the appearance of the blood, I would say it is quite fresh, left within the last 24 hours. Within the last... then in that case...
So, this is the coin what shows Naruhodo last night in the poker game? Bruno, do you mean you really did make your gums bleed?
I told you, I was so infuriated to lose, I had to grit my teeth as I handed over the money.
Blimey, you're as hard up as me by the sound of it. I thought you had a proper job.
Come on, Gina, just hand it over, would you? A shilling, that's rightfully mine.
Fine, alright then, just stop your bleeding staring.
I finally have it back. It's like a dream come true.
I nearly had that all in the bag and all. That's wonderful news, Runo. I'm so happy for you. Now then, as you promised, I'd like my money back, please. The shilling I lent you before. You did say that you pay it back out of this month's pocket money, didn't you?
Yes. Well, then I suppose... My dear fellow, do be kind to your gums. Looks like that shilling was always destined to be taken from you, sir.
For some reason, the phrase serves you right has floated around in my head.
So, Iris, as promised, here is the shilling I owe you.
Oh, you were paying me already? Well, thank you. Next month would have been fine, though. What's it all about, anyway? What are you lending Odo money for? Ah, yes. Well, actually, it's because I went to the Lime Street Market yesterday to buy herbs. For Runo.
Herbs for Odo?
Yes, the tea Mrs. Odo left behind is top quality Gyokuro tea, but it's just so bitter. So when Iris suggested mixing it with some herbs to make it more palatable, I asked her to buy me some. That's right, we made a special Japanese herbal tea with the leftover Gyokuro. I'm going to call it Susie's Special Blend. I do hope you all try it. The excruciating bitterness clings to the throat, if you can persuade the bright green gloop to leave the cup.
Why, it sounds quite delicious.
Yeah, right.
Well, it would appear the shilling's brief adventures are now at an end. Adventures? You must agree, my dear fellow, that the coin has made a considerable journey since last night. Let's see. Originally, it was the coin I was supposed to give to Iris to pay her for the herbs. But then, in our poker duel last night, it passed to you, Mr. Sholmes.
Who gave it to Iris as spending money. But then I dropped it here sometime yesterday. Then my beloved Rolly found it a little while ago and picked it up.
Before it was lifted from my pocket by this here diver.
I then used my favorite gun to show up the blood that was on it. And let slip about Sholmes' little scam in his call game last night.
The annulment of which resulted in the coin returning to the ownership of Mr. Naruhodo, allowing me to pay Iris the money I owed her after all, for the herbs she'd bought in order to make Susie's special blend tea.
And now, after all that, the coin is resting safely in my pocket.
Yeah, you're right, that was an adventure. But what are we supposed to take away from it, eh? That this 1 shilling coin belongs to Iris and Iris alone, I think. I cannot fault your observation, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, you know what they say.
What goes around comes around. Why do I get the feeling that Iris knew it was coming around to her from the very beginning? Ha 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 ha. Priceless, as they say. Well then, my dear fellow, how about this evening we indulge in some bitter tea and a bitter rematch? I'll even allow you to stake the coming month's spending money in advance. I fold.
for the last one. In the Bailey. This court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. This is a most extraordinary case of murder, counsels. I assume I may proceed. Yes, my lord. The defense is ready. At your discretion, my lord. Very well. I hereby call on the prosecution to introduce the case. The incident in question took place 2 days ago, late at night, when the ground was blanketed with snow. The location of the incident was the residence of the accused, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Indeed, the now famous address of number 221B Baker Street, was it? The address may have enjoyed fame once, my lord, but will henceforth endure infamy for this grim crime. Yes, sir. Well put. The victim, a certain Madame Rosie, was found asphyxiated in the accused sofa. My word.
Objection!
But it's unclear as to whether the victim was actually killed in a defendant's suite or not. After all, when Mr. Sholmes left the room for only a brief moment, Madame Rosie somehow vanished herself out of his room completely. Vanished herself, counsel. The victim. Quite true, my lord. There is but one adjoining door between my drawing room and kitchen. Yet, having brewed some tea in the kitchen, I returned to find the room completely empty. There was nobody else present. Ordinarily, my fellow lodger Iris would have been at home. However, on the day in question, she had been invited to a meeting of a scientific society in the city. I'm afraid you have a propensity for exaggeration, sir. You claim the victim vanished herself, but really, it seems to me entirely plausible that she chose to leave via the main entrance to your suite. As it happens, my lord, the door to the accused's room was locked at the time from the inside. Very true, Inspector. As such, I can say with considerable surety that the victim did not leave via my front door. But what about, yes, she could have snuck out through a window.
Objection!
The windows in the room were not locked, it's true, and the victim had the opportunity, However, there was snow around the building outside, and not a patch of it had been disturbed. Would my learned friend care to explain how the victim could have left without leaving a trail? So the victim, Madame Rosie, somehow vanished from the scene before she was killed. Naturally, I was alarmed by the sudden disappearance of my guest. So I summoned this gentleman, who resides in the attic room above my own, and we took a cab to Scotland Yard. I can confirm that the defendant called for me, and I saw his suite on my way downstairs. And yes, I'm quite sure it was empty, just as Mr. Sholmes has said. When we reached the yard, this very detective happened to be there. Well, yes, you see, I was just in my office for a while, having got back from some, important business. Bought some fish and chips, and then, having explained the situation to the inspector, we traveled back to Baker Street together. At the time, there was no footprints in the snow around the building other than the ones we made. So I take it then, counsel, that you personally witnessed the scene where the incident took place. No, my lord. I went straight up to bed in my own room in the attic. Inspector Gregson, however, was met with a most blood-curdling sight. On Mr. Sholmes' sofa, the banished Madame Rosie, motionless. So the victim was already dead when you discovered her, Inspector? No, my lord, not dead, but not far from it. Off it. She mustered all her remaining strength to say these dying words. That rotter, Sholmes, will be the death of me. Ah, yes, I overheard that remark at the time, too, delivered in a rasping voice full of malice. No. Those words indeed proved to be her last. The victim expired moments later, there on the sofa. The cause of death was identified as damage to the respiratory tract as a result of strangulation. Pray, does the accused dare to contest the inspector's account? Certainly not. In fact, the inspector has done an unusually fine job of summarizing the salient points. Sholmes will be the death of me. Damning departing words indeed. In her final moments, the victim named her killer. You, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Objection!
But the defendant had no reason to take the victim's life. Perhaps you could tell the court, Mr. Sholmes, who exactly this Madame Rosie was. Ah, yes, of course. Did I never mention her to you? I'd extended an invitation to her that evening, though she is loquacious in the extreme. The most trivial of matters quickly became a quarrel. I was only too pleased to leave her presence to make tea. Great. It would appear then that the accused did in fact have a motive for silencing his Aristicus permanently.
Objection!
Putting that tenuous motive aside, what about the other mysteries surrounding the case? I'm inclined to agree with the defense. There remain a number of inscrutable details. The victim's alleged appearance and subsequent reappearance, leaving no trail of footprints, for example. That's right, the crime described by the prosecution could never have happened. Yet the victim named the accused in her dying breath. It seems to me that my learned friend has overlooked a significant detail here. Nonsense. What have I overlooked? The man in the dock, the so-called great detective, all too frequently makes the following bold claim. There is no crime beyond the realms of possibility, no mystery beyond my powers of reasoning. So, Mr. Sholmes, you will have no difficulty in explaining how the crime thus described could have taken place. Therefore, I propose a toast to the great detective upholding his name. But of course, were I to put my mind to the matter, the crime would immediately appear to all present to be entirely feasible. Please, Mr. Sholmes, whose side are you on? All you need to say is no. Even I can't think of a way that a crime like that could have been committed. Let the accused's admission be noted by the court. Though the crime may appear impossible to us mortals of inferior mental capacity, this man alone claims to know exactly how it was done.
Hold it!
Now hold on, that's a very fragile argument. Thank you, counsels. I believe I've heard more than enough to proceed to my adjudication. The accused great detective did, in some inscrutable manner, willfully murder the victim, Madame Rosie. I therefore find the defendant guilty. That this man be taken from this courtroom and, in some equally inscrutable manner, be sanctioned for his crimes. Court is adjourned.
Hold it!
My lord, please. The truth about the mysteries surrounding this case are known to another besides the great detective. What's this? Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you are coming along wonderfully. You've deduced a fundamental truth about this case, I believe. Which would be, detective, that the truth to this case is known only to the true culprit, obviously. Is that not so, Gregson? I suppose, yes. You don't mean... Are you suggesting, Mr. Sholmes, that you have an idea as to what actually happened that night? An idea, my dear fellow. I could explain the entire incident from start to finish with not a single detail omitted.
Objection!
It seems the detective has failed to grasp the situation. Pray, Mr. Reaper, which of us has truly failed to grasp the situation, I wonder? Then answer me this. You claim that prior to the incident, the victim suddenly vanished without a trace from your room. If so, how exactly did Madame Rosie disappear? Why, naturally, via the window. It was ajar, after all. But that can't be. The room was a whole story above street level, and anyway, no prints were found in the snow. There are any number of ways one could avoid leaving tracks in the snow, surely. Such as flying, for instance. A fatuous notion. And to where do you propose the victim flew, Mr. Sholmes? Is it not entirely plain? To the culprit's abode, of course. For having left my suite, that is clearly where Madame Rosie was murdered. Take a moment to consider the cruel irony, if you will. By her own volition, she flew directly to her death.
Objection!
Do you forget, Detective, the victim's corpse was discovered on your own sofa? No doubt, because her killer carried her back there. But what about the lack of footprints in the snow again, then? There just weren't any. Other than our own from when we returned home ourselves. If by our footprints you refer to your own and mine, you are quite right. But there were those of another. On the night in question, there was one other person who could have conveyed the victim to my sofa. What? Good gracious, to whom do you refer, sir? A man whose somewhat unavailing presence at the scene of the crime would be questioned by no one. Unavailing? You don't mean... Indeed I do. A man who hastened to the scene directly upon learning of the incident at Scotland Yard. Namely... you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? When you arrived at my address on Baker Street, you were carrying the half-dead Madame Rosie with you. You waited for a suitable opportunity and then laid the victim on my sofa. He did what?
Objection!
We were with the inspector when he arrived. How could he possibly have been carrying the victim? We would have noticed. My dear fellow, the most obvious answer presents itself, does it not? The inspector is rarely, if ever, without his overcoat. The victim was simply conveyed in one of its many pockets. Oh boy. I fail to see what makes this detective great, but I can say one thing with great certainty. Is Madame Rosie like a parrot or something? A human body cannot fit into the pocket of an overcoat. I believe you may all have fallen foul of a rather significant misapprehension. What? Madame Rosie was not a human. I beg your pardon. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, something troubles you, perhaps. Whatever gives you that idea. Exactly what sort of creature was Madame Rosie? Is it not apparent already? A parakeet, of course. Huh. A most self-conceited specimen, in fact. A parakeet? She was an incessant talker, I must say. Her manner was quite intolerable at times. But to turn every conversation to a quarrel, I helped to strangle the creature on more than one occasion. You had a quarrel with a parakeet? But of course, why else would she have chosen to fly from my window so uncordially that evening? To the abode of the inspector here beside me, no less. Inspector Gregson's abode? But why? Because that was the parakeet's home, naturally. Why, you... The inspector was called away from town for some days, so it was arranged that I would look after the bird. But it would appear that she was overcome with a sudden yearning for her keeper, thus prompting her flight from my comfortable suite to the inspector's office at Scotland Yard. Well, Gregson, I believe it's high time you explained. Give us your account of what happened that night, sparing no details, of course. Inspector Gregson. It was an accident. I got back from being away that evening, you see. I just walked through the door of my office. I never imagined Madame Rosie would be on her way back to the yacht as well. I slammed the door shut behind me just as she was trying to fly through it. So Madame Rosie, she got sandwiched between the door and the frame and fell to the floor, never to move again because of me. Well, I never. I had to do something, just when I was trying to think of a plan. You fellas arrived talking about some incident in Baker Street. I had to hide Madame Rosie in a hurry, so I stuffed her in my coat pocket and got in the cab with the pair of you. What could possibly have motivated you to behave in such a manner, Inspector? Lord Strongheart, sir. What, Lord Strongheart? Please tell me I didn't hear that right. It was the Lord Chief Justice who asked me to look after the bird in the first place. She'd been living with the pigeons at the Supreme Court until then. But apparently the other birds had started to pick on her. So for the past 6 months or so, I've been caring for her in my office in the yard. I see. If anything happened to that bird, just imagine. No pay and no time off for the rest of my career. You mark my words, that's what's gonna happen. That's why well... But the victim's dying words, Inspector. The court heard earlier that Madame Rosie spoke the name of her assailant on her deathbed. That Rotter Sholmes will be the death of me. Indeed she did, quite uncalled for, wouldn't you agree? But those words are your true feelings, are they not, Inspector? Ugh. Clearly you speak of me often at your office at the yard in this disparaging manner. A manner that the merry parakeet took much delight in mimicking. Well, come on, I mean, have you read this month's edition of Brant's magazine, eh? I'm... Sorry! This is all absolutely true. Something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? No, nothing. I almost drifted off for a moment there. It's hard not to drift off when you've been kept waiting 3 hours already. I wonder if we'll manage to meet with Lord Strongheart at all today. We may have to deliver the report on the Windibank case that he asked for on another day. Tell me, Inspector, what became of that bird? Madame Rosie, you mean? She had a narrow escape, but she's still alive. I delivered her back here not long ago, actually, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He's hoping the pigeons will accept her now. It was something of a shock to hear that she'd been crushed in the doorway of your office, especially as we were all under the misapprehension that Madame Rosie was a person. Sorry about that. It was Lord Strongheart's demand that... good, you're here. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm exactly 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds late. Oh no, my lord, no, please don't trouble yourself. Nothing gives us greater pleasure than standing here doing nothing for hours on end. Heartening. So, let's hear it then. Your report. The Windibank trial is concluded, but this is far from over. It seems that dark, Far Eastern lawyer and I have some shared destiny. We'll meet again, of that I have no doubt. Did you see that, Lord Van Zeeks, did you? Madame Rosie went flying off among the pigeons there, happy as Larry she was. Really, Inspector, you must be relieved. Yay! second. Let me just take a little look. Oops. Okay, so I'm missing 1, 2, I think I'm missing 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Whatever. Gallery. What is this outfit? Oh my god. Those glasses though. Yikes, that hair. I don't know what these are. Just trailers, I guess. Can I? Okay, let's just give it a few seconds.
あなたの証言は決定的に矛盾している。そしてそう、むしろ致命的に矛盾しているのです。
何をなさっているのですか、なるほど様。
ああ、スサトさん、見ての通りちょっと張り切っているのです。
張り切って？
来年発売予定の大逆転裁判で奇跡の出会いが待っているのですが、その人物と今日この大法廷で一足早く会えるらしいのです。日本男児としてやり手なところを見せておきたいじゃないですか。
ああ、やる気でございますね、なるほど様。
でもなんだかちょっと怖いですね、夜の大法廷は。
先ほど見物したロンドン島恐怖展もそれは恐ろしゅうございましたから。
佐藤さん、ロンドン中の催し物を調べ上げていますよね。
明日見て回る恐怖展の予定もかっちり組み上げてありますとも。
別に恐怖限定でなくてもいいと思うけど。ところでさっきから何か聞こえませんか？
そういえばこの大法廷、幽霊が出るという噂がございます。
やめてください。ロンドン島恐怖展の直後でやや敏感になっていますから。何者だ！
なるほど、どうやら全て見えたようだ。我が名推理がささやく真実、君の正体はズバリ殺害されたイタリア人のコック長だ。自分が死んだことにも気がつかず大法廷をさまよっているとはね。死んだなら死んだらしくその辺に転がっているがいい。死人め！
まさかあなたはあの世界的な名探偵シャーロック・ホームズ
様。おや、僕のことをご存知なのですか？
もちろんでございます。ご活躍いつも拝見しております。シャーロック・ホームズの冒険、船便でお取り寄せして。
初歩さ、ほんの初歩的な推理だよ、ワトソン君。
本に書いてあった通りです。
ありえないことを消去すれば後に残るのは真実だけなのだよ。
それも本に書いてありました。
でも さっきのべらぼうな言いがかりは何なんだ。
名推理と言いがかりは紙一重の運次第なのだよ。
それは本に書いてありませんでした。
どういうことですか？殺されたイタリア人のコック長って。
実にいい質問だ、コック長君。では始めるとしよう。シャーロック・ホームズの推理を。僕はね、つい先ほど電報で事件の通報を受けてここへ来たのだ。大法廷にてイタリア人コック殺害さる。
大法廷。
イタリア人。
そう、僕の完璧な読みに間違いなどありえないのさ。異国の技物刃物といえばもうコック長に間違いない。キラリと光る五つ星は生前の腕前を物語っている。一見かなり東洋人っぽいが地球規模で見れば気にはならない。そして背中に突き刺さったナイフ、とっくに死んでいる証拠だ。故に君はどこから見てもイタリア人で死んでいてコック長だ。なんでもこの大法廷には幽霊が出るという噂らしいよ。
今の名推理、どこから見てもさっきの電報の後付けじゃないですか。
だって背中に深々と刺さっているそのナイフを見れば明らかだろ。
あ、これおもちゃです。
ロンドン島恐怖展の売店で大はしゃぎで買ってまいりました。
まさかとは思うが、今さら死んでないなんて言い出すつもりじゃないだろうね。
死んでません。
しかしイタリア人の死んだコック長でないとしたら君は一体何者なのだ。
はい、僕は弁護士の成ほど龍之介です。大日本帝国から司法を学ぶためこの大英帝国に留学してきました。
私はニコトバスサトと申します。なるほど様をお助けするホーム女子でございます。
というのは世を忍ぶ仮の姿。その正体はイタリア人のコック長という可能性はみじんもないのかな。
ありません。
ホームズ様、よろしければその電報見せていただけますか。
これはこの電報明らかに矛盾している。よく見てください。大法廷ではなく大法廷です。
大法廷。
あ、そういえば裁判所の近くに大法廷というイタリア料理店があるそうです。陸軍に伝わる恐怖の大砲で焼いたピッツァが名物なのだとか。
なんだって。
そう、あなたは電報の事件現場を完璧に読み間違えたのです。
大英帝国の電報なのに日本語のネタってどうなんだ。
それでは今回はこの辺で。今度はゲームでお会いしましょう。
次回もそれは見事な名推理を披露させてもらおうかな。
僕だって大法廷に立って怪事件を見事料理してやります。
ではコック長君、うまいカルパッチョを所望するよ。
だから僕はイタリア人でもコック長でもありませんから。
Okay. I guess that's it. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this series, the 2 games. Like I said, it was a lot of fun. I'm not very good at the Ace Attorney games, but they're really entertaining, so that's why I play them. So maybe they'll make like another a game about this timeline. I don't know, but like I'd like to see it because I'm attached to them now. And it's interesting that they called him Sherlock Holmes, but like apparently they can't do that in America, I guess, copyright or something. So that's kind of weird, but whatever. They do it in other things. Anyway, thank you guys for watching again, and I'll catch you on the next one. Bye!